Hi, welcome to part 3 of converting a real-world app from NgRx to StateAdapt. This one is going to be NgRx state, form state, and I'll just show you. So this is the this is the state management for all forms in the app, and it turns out this isn't a special library. This is just a reducer that this guy made. Wait. Form reducer. Guess he just called it the file forms reducer. But anyway, so yeah, he's just creating the reducer and setting state. So this one shouldn't be too hard to convert. I'm thinking it might be maybe a little easier than the last one. I guess you'll see by how long this file size is. Anyway, I think let's get started then. Okay. I think I'm getting used to a process now. I'm going to call this, I'm just going to call it form adapter. That's an exception. I'll just call it forms just so that it's named still consistently with everything, and because I don't really care. Alright, so export const forms adapter, and what is the state? It's this stuff. Where does field come from? And errors. Oh, okay. That's good. It's good to have these next to where they're used. Alright, so this will be where is this used? Yeah, that's from yesterday. Just locally here, so this will just gonna get rid of this part. And this will be forms initial state. That might have been used somewhere else, but that's okay. I'll pay the consequence of renaming that if there are any. Alright, now we just copy these state changes. So set data. There's gonna be data. Is this really gonna be any? Fine. I mean, I don't like it, but I don't feel like going the extra mile at this time. So good. So far looking good. We've got update data, partial of any, which is any. Oops. No, data. I think that's good. Now we get set structure. Slice 0, so we gotta do it in an immutable way. Yeah, if I had that adapter extension written already, like the extend function that I was talking about a video or two videos ago, I would. We're doing the same thing to multiple properties here. It's not actually the same because update, this is an array, so this will be different. Structure is an array apparently. So anyway. What's this going to be? What is structure? It's a bunch of fields. Great. Cool. And then set structure, set errors. This is like really easy stuff, I think. Let's just do this. Initialize errors. Yeah, that's weird stuff. Okay. Wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't grab all this. Error. Now we go to the end. Get rid of the last parenthesis, right? Okay, what's the deal? Initialize form. I mean, this is just going to be reset. Oh yeah. We're gonna have Is that it? Yeah, apparently. Oh yeah, it's an object, so. Nice. Initialize errors. I mean, touched is false here. Reset form? Why would it just keep state and only... I'm gonna call this set untouched. Alright. Okay, so far so good. This is less code, I guess. A bit less, so that's pretty fun. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing as I did with the facade. So the effects. Yeah, it's just wrapping all these things. Alright, so I have to make a decision here. No, I don't. I can just do things the way they're doing it because it's working for them. So if I do it, it'll work for me. So this is imperative though. These need to be events. What situations are these happening in? Let's see. Alright, so in article edit, on init, we're just defining the structure. That feels like initial state. Yeah, here it is. That's initial state. It's not an event. It's initial state there. Initial state. Initial state. Initial state. Is it? It's not used. This will not be used. That is initial state. On init, we'll just init the entire state. On init. I don't know. We'll make it work. So, pointless. Hopefully. And then set data. Where is this going to come from? Okay, value changes. Right? Article. Where is article? Until destroyed, this subscribe article, that's got to be a property on it, right? Let's see. Oh, AG model or something. Where's this coming from? Oops. Dang it. No, that's extensions. References. Article edit. Until destroyed. Oh. Oh, wait. No, okay. So it's grabbing it from the facade. So this component has a facade? Where is it? Articles facade. So it's coming from this. That is initial state too. Because it's grabbing data from an article, and this is if you're editing an article, pretty sure. And if you're doing that, then you want to initialize the state with that, with the existing article state. This isn't an event. Okay. Yeah. If I were making this in NgRx, I would dispatch an action, or I'd make it available as an action. I'd make the article data itself so that when you navigate to the page, the reducer can listen for that action and then populate the state with it. So that's how I do it. But in this case, it's going to be part of initialization. So this will be interesting. This might be the first one, the first store that I initialize inside an observable. Maybe. I'm not sure. It'd be easy to have it as a source. Be very easy. But it doesn't feel like a source. It's like sometimes my like OCD to make things perfectly like functional reactive programming style. It just pushes me to understand things better a lot of the time, but this might be a case where there's no real reason for it. That having a source that just says, all right, here's the article, like asynchronously. So then like the form would load and then suddenly it'd populate with that and it would look like an event. But I don't know. So, but how should I make this? Just gonna be like set data. Is it ever like change anywhere else? So what is that, like a single input or something? Yes, okay. Yes, the initial data. Yeah, I feel like this shouldn't be an event. Okay, there's that. Yeah, it's always on init. So I'm gonna get rid of it too, and then I'll deal with it. Kind of like the other one. Update data though, where is that? Oh, that one seems like one that would be. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have this in the adapter. I don't care. I'll just keep it. Might as well. But in the facade, let's just make it initial state as well. What if it's loaded later? Like, what if you do have to fetch more data? It depends on where this is used. Article edit shouldn't happen. Article shouldn't happen. And settings, probably not. I do know that this is updated later, but that's at the same time as you're navigating away from the page. So, and then should there be one facade for all forms? Because these are like, they're technically going to be different sources. So, I don't know. Let's look at update data now. See where it's used. Update form. Where are you going to be used? App dynamic form. The value changes is where I would expect. App. Output. Update form. Yeah, value changes. Well, guess what? Where's form? That's what I thought on a knit. Where's form being defined? Where is the form? Oh, it's being set here. This .form builder. This isn't needed in NgRx. This should just be a property, and then output should be defined after it, and you can directly connect it. You can do value changes, pipe, debounce time, and decorate that with output, and you can have output being observable. That's something I learned on Twitter this last week. Makes sense. But yeah. I don't care. Either way, it gets put in as, or it gets output as this function call. Well, here. Okay. So yes, that's a thing that is going to be continuous, and I'm just going to pretend that it's going to be one source. Type any. Yeah, this doesn't feel right, having a source for all of them, but I'll probably redo this at some point, but for now I think this is going to be okay. Okay. Initialize form. Where is this used? On destroy, so it's to reset. 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 It's on destroy. So presumably since we're doing reactive programming here, this like StateAdapt will just, when you navigate away, it'll just put it back to its initial state. So that's unimportant. I remember, I think I called this reset errors. Let's call it reset errors. That's ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, where's this? Oh, list. Oh no. List errors. There's like an errors adapter too, I think. Or errors reducer, something like that. Okay, so this lists errors, and I'm hoping this is like a global thing. Maybe? I don't really care where it is, but on destroy. This should theoretically kind of do the same thing. When is this component shown? That's the question. This is going to be shown at the same time as the form. Like initialize form, like back here when they have initialize form, that should set errors back to empty object 2. So why do they need a separate one for resetting errors specifically? Where did that one go? Yeah, it's I mean the login component, this has this on destroy, so I think this is pointless. I'm pretty sure it's pointless. Testing will be annoying, but I think I am just gonna until destroy. Look at the errors. Why did he do it like this? Why isn't this an async pipe? I don't want to do more than I need to. But I think I can just get rid of that then. Alright. I don't even know what this does. It's a library. Cool. Okay, I think that's a safe opinion to have. Errors are going to be shown when you're editing a form. When you exit the form, it should be destroyed, like the reset, and then the errors would just be part of that. So I bet he developed the errors part first, and then found the bug with having form state that is pre-populated when you go to other areas. So I feel pretty safe getting rid of that too. Reset form. Is this like a... Like, what is this? Oh, it's just set untouched. I think I need to see where it's called to figure out what. Okay. What? Really? Nowhere? Okay. Just this one place. Why isn't that just resetting the entire form state though, still. I'm gonna see what the deal is with that. Let's add a comment somewhere. Here's something I wrote. I can comment on my own stuff. What got dispatched? Reset form? Where did that get dispatched? Probably in these effects here. No. Oh, wait, that. It's the name, and then update data. Okay. These two should be the same thing. So let's see where update data. Well, oh, and this also isn't. I didn't refresh the page, so maybe it's still. Something should be broken somewhere. I didn't even save it. Didn't save that. I thought I saved something else though, but anyway. Where is update? Where's that happening? Oh, dynamic form. Well, no, that's just the output. Well, let's look at the comment one specifically. Okay, so that's the parent component. It's probably gonna just be article, yeah, article component. Update form, submit comment. Yeah. So this is running. Yeah, I haven't saved the facade yet, so that's running. Does it happen on destroy? Maybe of the article component? Oh, that resets it. Oh, no. I'm not exiting the article component. So, Not even exiting this component, am I? No. The form stays the same, I think. Yeah. Well, it submits, and then where'd those effects go? Should be somewhere. Yeah, here it was. The article reducer is huge. Add comment success. It just adds it. That's good. Reset form. Oh wait, was this an effect? So every time update data happens, errors need to be initialized. So this should go into reset errors. Wait, this should just automatically happen then. Like, article effects. However the comment form is being reset to empty string, that, so like right here, whatever is dispatching this, whenever it's dispatching this, the side effect should cause this to happen. You don't need to do it on its own. Yeah, and this is, oh wait, reset form. I'm confused. Reset form, just change it to false touched. Then initialize errors. That is the side effect of this. So that's fine. Initialize errors? Really? How do they get updated? Like, you type in the form and you produce an error. At what point does the error get set in state? Cool, you can import components, but it's not setting errors anywhere. It's like there's no validation. Okay, what about the settings component? Yeah, this one should have errors, I think. When I was testing it, didn't I find errors? Maybe I didn't. What about, well, where's the reducer? It's only set errors and reset errors that touch this. So, set errors, they're never being set. Maybe it was like a future feature he was working on or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just trying to think of how to handle this side effect. Where did you go? Yeah. This side effect. How should it be handled in general? Well, there should be a submit success observable. So when you click the submit button, it creates the request, and when that responds that it was successful, that should feed as a source into the adapter, the form adapter, which would then have the reset or set as untouched. And this might actually be important. I think it would be important. But yeah, it would set it to untouched. So why or how would I handle this? I think see, if we're dynamically setting sources, then we're dynamically creating a store. This is in an effect, and I can go ahead and just create a like an imperative source and treat it like a side effect that just happens. It sucks, but it should just be, the reducer should just be listening to this same action and performing that side effect. Okay, but then it gets a little confusing because this is depending on the data, so that would create like a circular dependency or something, right? That's why the state should belong to the feature. Like, the pattern is the form stuff. That the adapter should be there. But I think that each feature should own its own state, including its form state. Then what you have is you're not importing from the forms store or some central state. You're importing from, I mean, you are in charge of, this feature would be in charge of its own state, so it'd already have it like in the submit button, or, you know, whatever, in the store or whatever. It should be accessible to it without creating a circular dependency. And then this would just, it's part of the same feature. The state is all together. Because we kind of have this two-way dependency. I mean, we've provided the API here is designed as if this is just importing stuff from the forms state. But what it's importing is the ability to command the form state as well as react to it. And that is a two-way data flow. It's not reactive. And as a result, the form state isn't in charge of itself. It's commanded by others what to do. So what would be better is to just have the ability to just have everything be reactive. So if something is affected by something, it depends on it. It chains off of it. So these don't even have to be in the same store, but if they respond to the same source, then the data flow is one way. Both places are reacting to the same source, the same event. And yeah, that's a nice way to do it. This articles one is going to be a beast to convert when I get to it, because I'm like kicking this can down the road. And should I be kicking it down the road? So the form effects, where'd they go? This is totally useless. It should just be part of the adapter, that when you set data and update data, you initialize errors. It's kind of a weird. What does that actually do? I don't know. Anyway, when you set data and update data, that should just be part of it. Alright, there, we just got rid of all of that. So So this is an example of what I was talking about last time, where I could have plugged a source into both here and here, but instead I added it here. And if it was a lot of code, I could have extracted it to its own state change, but like its own function. But it's tiny, so I just added it there. But now, if I do create stores for each form, like in each component, I don't need to plug in the sources multiple times. But in reality, I'd probably end up having a method on here that returns all of this, because the forms, and what it would do is it would take in like the scope, so, and the path. So maybe I should just do this right now. Maybe I should just implement this. So take in the scope, or feature, I'm going to call it feature name, and is that it? I think that's it. That's good enough. And it would return so first I would define sources. So this would be like this. Feature name. And wrap it in brackets. If I'm reusing it for both path and action. I don't care, I'm not going to be picky. I can change it later. Oh, right. Okay, so far that's the only source. It's an imperative one, but and then I could, with type of forms, it would be easy because like this all isn't the same state because it's technically different depending on what's in it. Are you going to do a union or then import the interface from all the features? Not a great idea. So anyway, this will be this is temporary. This will change. Okay, and then we will have the store and the selectors. So, or the store is an object. So what I'll return is sources, and then I'll spread the store on. Okay. We need adapt. Okay. Dot init, and we'll do same thing. Feature name, form. Okay, that just means we need to, we can't use the same feature name for its own state. It has to have its own child so that feature name becomes the parent object of two different states. But anyway, forms adapter, initial state. Okay. And then right, this will be the common thing between all of them, and it will be reset form. Did I determine that this wasn't ever useful? Yeah, I couldn't believe it, but it wasn't useful. Okay, I think that's what it was, or maybe I had to search. All right, the action was fired, but that's different from calling this. It's not the same thing at all. So they probably should have talked to this facade to do that. Whatever. Okay, so what are the sources then? Well, form update. We'll just update data. Okay. And all right. So look at that happy method, or that happy. So this isn't even needed. Yeah, all this will. I need to create these in the adapter. NgRx effects, give these out of the box, but I don't. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do that and then give people the ability to override them in selectors. That, I mean, look, that was just so repetitive what I just did. So maybe by default I should attach selectors for each property, and then you can override it if you need the decoupling, and who cares, because that's fine. Like, it's easy to add the decoupling. So actually maybe I should do that actually. And it's the same name as the property, so like you don't even have to do any weird TypeScript wizardry. Yeah, maybe I should try to do this right now. Let's see real quick. Adapt.ts. Get selection. So this converts selectors. Oh yeah, selectors were hard to figure out. Converts these into to look at this for a second, and I think NgRx does this. They're able to do it because they define initial state at the same time. I've got access to initial state here, but yeah, if there are keys, I don't know how NgRx does it basically, but if they're like here, I'm depending on the keys of an actual object, not a type. So if they pass in an object for state, then their initial state might have the properties. If it's an optional property, then there can't be a selector made for it. That's probably how NgRx does it, but I don't know how they do it. So maybe I'll look into that later, but as it is, this isn't very much code, so fine. It is fine how it is. But actually I wouldn't mind that in general, because yeah, you want decoupling, but it's best to just have decoupling that's easy to add later. That's probably a good pattern. Yeah, I know I was like really against it like yesterday or whatever, or last video. Let's see, part 1 or 2, whichever it was. It's whenever it was. But I had a change of heart, I guess. Alright, anyway, so these aren't even going to be here. I wonder how to create this inside an inner observable. as an inner observable. Inside, yeah, it's inside an inner anyway. Because it's returning an object, not an observable. I'm just thinking down the road what's going to look like, but I'll worry about it later. I can change this as I need to. Alright, so this is, you know, I might as well just get rid of those. Those are expected somewhere, but yeah, I'll just get rid of them right now. And this. Okay, go away. Alright. There's no point in having those on separate lines either. Okay, that's a neat file. Very simple. Forms, like, I guess this is the hard part. Yeah, that does sound pretty good. Getting rid of that. Okay. This is fully functional now, right? Now it's time to clear the errors and apply this in the features. I think I'm gonna delete all this stuff at the same time too. Yeah, a lot of those end up being unnecessary. I will just delete this. Expect true. I don't want to be part of the diff. I guess it can show up as cleanup. I didn't do that last time, but whatever. I think I might just combine these. Never mind. Form selectors. Don't need. Go to index now. Ugh. Stop jumping around. Get rid of these useless things. Okay. It should be an input. Oops. What? That? Alright. I hate this pattern, but how about that? Key? Where's it getting keys from? Map key. What is going on? Oh, okay. So this is actually going to be whatever this was supposed to be. Oops. Stir. All right. What's the deal with this, huh? Oh. Object keys. Wait, what? Just the key? And then you map the key to there. Okay, so that I got this backwards. This is that. And that is this. Good. Okay, don't need that. What does this do? Ng neat. I'm gonna figure it out. Neat until destroy. Operator that unsubscribes from observables when the component is destroyed. So tell me how to use it. Oh, it gives the. Oh, okay. That's a minor convenience, but I'm glad someone made it. I guess. So this isn't using forms of plot at all. All right. Okay. Standalone true. I still don't know how I feel about that. I could just assume it from this. Make it optional. Yeah, make the default false, but then if it sees this, make it true. I don't know. I guess this doesn't hurt. Next time, hopefully they flip this and make the default true. But I guess they're gonna see how people like the thing. Oh yeah, I can delete this one too. Forgot about that. Which means in main.ts, I'm getting rid of it too. Forms, yes. And the effects. We're getting close. Yeah, error handler effects. There's some error handling stuff. I think a reducer. Okay. At least this doesn't depend on any of that. All right. Now I will just go fix errors. Sure, let's do the settings component first. That sounds great. Wonderful. I love this. Ah, this is going to be great. I'm excited. Oh, right. Set data. Okay, so how do we do this pattern? This take once until destroyed, but then on destroy we were getting rid of it. So yeah, it's just gonna do it once. So it'd be nice if it came from like route data or something. But anyway, I'm gonna yeah, here's where I want just one observable for everything. And then a switch. Okay, let's try this. Let's do store equals user pipe there'll be a lot of switching though. And the sources yeah. So it won't work for the sources. for sure. So still called NgRx forms facade. I don't know if this is the right way to do this. It says it can't be undefined, right? Oh. So there's that. That helps, I guess. Should. Yeah, I don't mind initializing on construction. This will be for settings, and it will have initial state, yes, good. That will be the initial state. Ah, beautiful. What's restore? Yeah, we don't want that. Where's that even coming from? Oh. Edit settings actions. Edit settings. We didn't do the settings reducer yet. I'm gonna call this form store. All right. Okay, then great. What's the deal with this? Oh, because I spread it on. Fine. I don't need them to have the same. Like, that's fine. It's not amazing, but wait. What's the deal now, huh? Oh, duh. Sources. Yeah, I could. Let's see if this still works, because, yeah, apparently. Alright, because that's preferred, I guess. And then the way this would work is, because sources are usually just features of the local component class, we don't want to create new sources in a centralized place. We want the actual component where the event is coming from to be the authority on what the source is. So at any time, if there's anything we need to specify it more, we should create it from here. Pass in the source, and yeah. Like, this is barely justifiable. This probably should just be done inside the component itself. You know, maybe that'd be even easier too, because because then I wouldn't be doing this weird stuff. Although, no, I kind of would be, because either way I need to get data from this observable in order to initialize it. So, initialize it. Right, initial state. That can't just be defined there. It's got to be part of... So, right here, take one, subscribe. Yeah, it doesn't matter where it's done. I'll just do it here. So initial state, though, needs to be part of this. So I will just do this. User. Yeah, it wanted me to do it in the constructor, and that sucks. This is okay though. I'll make this or undefined, and then the sort, it'll be defined by the time it's used in the template. Should be. Anyway, so how does initial state go into this? It's just data, right? It's any. How was it doing it here? Set data user, yes. Okay, so that. Oh well. This is the best I could do, I guess. I mean, what am I expecting? It's gonna be, the store is gonna be created asynchronously, and then luckily the async pipe yeah, I'll just dot chain twice. Anyway, the async pipe should be able to change reference, but yeah, so it's just structure, it's easier to do it like this. Okay. And data. It'll actually be user. Okay. Good. Auth facade. That's still there. We've got update form here, so we'll go to the template and do sources. And I wish, why isn't type checking here? Update form, is that, let's see, update data. Okay, that's nice. This will go from... What? No. Why isn't it an async pipe? I guess there... So change detection just never runs down here? Or else you'd get that error. Not null. ng changes, because it's going to be undefined at first. Isn't it? This right here. Yeah, it was always defined before, the way he had it, and it never changed its reference. Okay. Alright. Okay, so this is how it's gonna have to go. I don't like this. Store. You know, I do want these separate. Right? What's to do with this? The value. Oh. Okay. This is hideous. Because the thing is, sources can't be, you can't use it like this. And because it's got to be a subject. They have to be .nextable. And then, so this can only be, like, this pattern still has to be done just because of that, just because of the sources. But am I going to do this every single component too? Yeah, see, this is an irritating pattern with I don't know, I think Angular should be more observable friendly. Like, this is just annoying. I want to declare something in one place. Okay, so stores.next. Store. Okay. Now this, it's not going to be that. It's going to be pipe. I think switch. Oh, switch all. I think that's what it's called. But oh. Structure. one observable that eventually emits the values that we want. All right, and this is dead. Oh, jeez, that was quite a bit of work. Overall, sure. Let's more lines of code. It's a little more complicated. I mean, this is its own flow that you have to understand, but this you have to understand StateAdapt pretty well to understand what's going on, so that you can look at this method and be like, oh, we're creating a store here. Well, just delaying it. Okay, it's good. All right, and then errors. We need one for errors now because we changed that component. Oops. All right. Okay. Click-through isn't working here. Yes. Yes. So we're good. I could turn on strict template checking, but I don't think I want to clean up all of the other errors in the app. So, well, this should work. What? Oh, form. That's what I called it over here in the facade. All right. Makes sense. It's an event, after all. What? I hope he didn't do that observable thing because he wanted to avoid that. Let's see. Okay, who cares? Where did this come from? Oh, not effect. That's because the import's missing. Right? Oh, okay. This actually isn't going to be that bad, I don't think. Oh, it's going to be hideous. Just edit settings, and we want the data. So, where is submit? So this actually isn't that bad. Can this work? Is that a thing that... I don't remember trying this, but it might work. That's what it's called, right? Yeah. No pipe with name. Okay. Yeah, I think that it doesn't work. Probably. And this is it's. If there is an ngIf, that works. Hey, you know what? It's going to be defined even if it's, well, I wish I had, no I don't. Data, yeah, it's going to be defined all the time, so. Thanks, Angular, for making me do this weird thing. Okay, now we've got data here. And no template error. Okay, so, alright, now we can keep going back to what we were doing. Settings component. Oh. Yeah, why it should be called submit something or other. Okay, where's this defined? Empty props. How do we define props with this wonderful syntax? Hey, there's something. Props. We're gonna have user, okay. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Settings effects now. This is gonna okay, right. And this is from the form, so this will be data. Oh. Pass. It's not a user. And what was it before? Any, right? Well, unknown, but it was any. So. Forms should have been typed 5 years ago. Okay. Alright. I guess we are dealing in any's again. It could be anything. I don't know what it is. It could be anything. Okay, organize imports. Alright. That is sad. Okay, alright, so this should be functional now. This is crazy. Yeah, maybe it should just be called data everywhere. I think that would match kind of what he had better. Actions. Let's make it data. Okay. Oh, gosh, this is hideous, man. This thing. So, here's a review of what we had to do. We had to do a lot of things, so I'm not going to review it. But this general pattern, though, of we need data from somewhere else, and it comes from an observable. Like, it's not that rare. It's not rare at all. The lazy creation of the store, that shouldn't be rare either. But this is the thing that sucks, having all these defined in 2 different places. mean, yeah, and the reason is because we want to define a subject lazily. So this is more like an RxJS thing. That's kind of an Angular thing, I guess. In the template, the async pipe, can you make an async pipe that emits a subject and then put that in the template and then use that? I mean, we could. Maybe I should try that, because then this would be declarative. Like here. Dynamic form. And we could get rid of these question marks. It just gets kind of annoying. You know, actually, I don't see a big problem with that, because it is getting defined asynchronously, so why not? Why not do that? Let's see what sources. It's just used here. Maybe let's try that. It means the form will just not exist until yeah, so I will try that. Jeez. This won't be a subject anymore. It'll have this stuff in it. So it's gonna map. We just need a map. Right? From user to, we're going to have initial state and then return the store. There. All right. And now this will be an observable. It's just going to map to the object. Okay. This is what we subscribe to over here. Alright. Now sources will have those, and I wish this had template type checking, because I'd feel pretty good and it would tell me what I want, which is cool. Then we get, I guess I'll call it just selectors. Store. Okay, I hate that, but should I just call selectors over here? Nah, it's a store. But I can't have two stores here, so it's weird, but I'm gonna keep that, and then this will be gone. There, declarative. Personally, I'm okay with this. I'm very okay with this. I didn't take too long to think about the naming, but I'm gonna be doing this in a bunch of components, and I'd rather have this in a bunch of places. What's What's the deal with this? Oh, the pipe. Okay. And it's 2 less lines of code. That's pretty cool. I didn't need to do this because I was inferred, so less. That's the other nice thing about reactive programming. Everything's inferred because everything is downstream. God, I wonder if this is going to work. There are going to be so many other app problems, and I'm not going to know until I try everything. Set errors. Uh-oh. Settings effect. This is one I didn't find. Where is it? Oh. Okay. Maybe this was the worst one to try this soon. I'm going to comment this out and come back to it when I convert this feature, because this will be trivial. I don't know what I just did, but this will be trivial when I convert this. Like, oh, errors, like that just gets output to a store. So settings. There isn't a reducer for this, is there? This is just between the component and the effects, so maybe I should just convert this while I'm here. I mean, where does this, what state is this? This is just side effects and setting errors in the store. Good. Okay, alright, so I don't think I've put a set errors source here, so I don't think I even implemented it. Oh, that it's not completing because it shouldn't complete. I did make it, so. Same thing. Maybe I should create a helper function for creating sources. Okay, I'm starting to like this. Okay. Okay, now where does this come from? I'm converting the effects. So this is actually turning into a longer episode of... it's not even the same place. So in the settings service, this is just a side effect. Auth facade. These are legitimate side effects. Oh. God, if I were designing this from the ground up, this would be so much easier. Where does this plug into? We just have the catch error thing. But where does the success? Where would that plug into? Off, right? Instead, I feel like this is just a side effect that we'll need to subscribe to somewhere. We only need to take one of them, though. That's nice. But no, we don't want to... Subscribing is okay, but we'll need a submit source. So there's logout. Auth facade. Let's see. Oh, that's a selector. But here, when we create the store, alright, are we passing in a source now? Yeah, we're gonna pass in a source. Ugh. Forms facade. Okay. What does this create? A source with errors. So let's just try it. Just how they've done it. Void. Get HTTP error. Nope. Sources. Okay. All right. So first we want the feature, which will be settings. And then we want the submit type. You know what? Let's have this be this. User, and then we're getting rid of these effects now, so we'll just this is more complicated. Let's do the with latest from. This will be right. Oh, this is fun. So this will be well. data and user. So this is that effect now. And concat map. I'm doing exhaust map. Why not do concat map? So actually, that should be here. Okay, and we're gonna call this data. It's gonna be this. All right, data. Oh yeah, this is the that's the thing that's being dispatched. Okay. Merged data. And then we return this, I think. Yep, return this. Oh, you know what? Ah, yeah, I'm gonna put the side effect on this chain here. Saying service. Read only. Has anyone ever had an issue with someone reassigning a service? Ever, like in the history of Angular? I mean, there are weird patterns out there, but okay. So that's pipe. It's going to be res and no response, I guess. But in our pipe here, what's the last one? Here I can perform the side effect of this stuff. Do I need result? Yes, I do. No. Yes, this is fine. This isn't wrapped in sources yet. Now I'm thinking this should be done in a settings facade. There isn't one. Because this is a lot of side effects that maybe the component shouldn't care about. Oh yeah. I'm working on this. Okay. Now no, what? Oh, this stuff. Errors. Wait, this doesn't go into form errors, does it? Well, apparently it does. Here, result.error.errors. That's from the request. Let's see what result actually is. Here. User response. Over here, any. That's from the request, though. We want the form, right? We do want it to have, and it is going to be an object. So we want to map the error This is super messy, but I think this is the only way to do this. Yeah? Oh, right. Action. So this will be action, and then error will be, oh, payload will be, error. Yes. Okay. It should work. Why isn't it working? Right? This should work. A source of errors. This should work. What's the issue? What? Oh. Huh. It's my typing here. What I need is actually observable of action of errors, and this action needs to come from StateAdapt. There we go. Wow, this all fits on one line. Okay, I wouldn't do that. Oh, merge data. So this is kind of incredible, but this is the HTTP. This is the observable that gets put into HTTP sources because it will get subscribed to immediately, and it will do nothing. I mean, it will emit success observable, but that's not being used anywhere. The thing that's being subscribed to is the error observable from this specifically. And as a side effect, if there isn't an error, we do this. Right? That's basically the logic they have. If we submit, then send it, and immediately when it returns, we assume it's successful, or it will error out. So it's going to be one or the other. Yeah. This should probably be the default value, and then I should make this parameter optional. Or shoot. Yeah, I probably should just do that. I could probably do that. What's the deal with this? Oh. Right. Oops. Dang it. I don't know. Could have that set to string. Still, I don't know. I'll work on it maybe. It'll just be on the back of my mind every time I use this. So, should be fine. This one's lasting a long time too. Almost 2 hours now. Okay. But anyway, there's nothing else here. I mean, we are setting errors now. And we are performing this, and we are saving it all. So, let's get rid of all these now. Come on. No, settings effect spec, yes. I will keep this here, you know, for old time's sake. And now this will not exist. The store will not be used anymore. And I can update, organize imports, then submit will now. Should it be emitting a user? Oh yeah, it is. It's just gonna be, yeah, from the template. There we go. Gosh. Alright. So this is what I came up with, huh? Let's do with this. Uh-oh. We need to, okay. Alright. So occasionally that setting also throws things off. It did look a little weird. Alright, so what does this file look like? It's got all the local feature side effects and sources here. Got rid of the NgRx effects for this feature. And then we're using, we're putting our sources inside of an observable. And then we unwrap that in the DOM, in the template. And then the selectors will just come from the store itself. So great. And the store, it's an observable because it depends on its initial state depends on state from elsewhere. An observable. And this central utility that I did for initializing adapt stores, mini stores, it needed to take in the source of errors. So we'll see if this like works for the next feature. Hoping it does, but for now I will consider this good enough. Okay, we're ready to move on. Okay, first need to get rid of that. Where's that now? Hey! Oh! This whole library is... no. Service. What is going on? This should be exported since I'm using it now. Yeah? Which means I need to fix that import here. Yeah, let's see what it comes up with now. Good. I think that was right. Sending service. Yes. I think. Yeah, that's where the index is, so. Okay. Alright. Settings routes. Okay. Good, yes. Let's get rid of it. Don't need any of that. Settings component is big now, but it's not enormous. It's sources, and then the common forms stuff, and the store, and then drilling down to the selectors. So it looks the same as most components that use adapt, StateAdapt, and then the service, like it's either this or the service, but they're gonna look kind of the same. So, and with all this, kind of is big compared to this. It makes this look small, but anyway. So I'm gonna go to the next feature now. Register dot component. This should be similar, I think. All right. Yeah, this is similar. Ah, beautiful. It's not going to pre-populate. Okay. Good. This is going to be simple compared to the other one. Okay, what's initial state? That's what I'm wondering. Is set data being used? No. So initial state is just form initial state with structure. And structure. Oops, what did I do there? Oh, weird. Can I? Yeah, wow, look at that. I didn't realize you could do that. If you're too lazy to reach over and hit tab, I guess. I don't know. Command, brackets. All right, so we're gonna have a store. What do we start with? Initial state's good. Let's start by getting rid of these. Oh, right. We want to use the facade to create form store, and we're going to call this register and initial state. And errors should be somewhere, right? Any side effects? We're not dispatching anything, so I guess this might break type inference here, but it's the template, so who cares? But I'm going to make this optional. Okay. So this is actually a thing that should be complaining, right? It might be undefined. I guess it just won't. This could surface a bug in StateAdapt, but hopefully it should just be fine. Because I know object.keys, I think it actually does return, like if I were to do this, and then do, I think it does return. Yeah, it does return. So over in StateAdapt, where I am, get sources, where am I? Yes, something around here. I'm doing this a lot. Oh, I guess I'm not. Entries, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. I don't think I'm checking. Look at this. Sources. It's either going to be there or not. Like, it's either array or something else. But I should probably filter this here. Right here, filter. I anticipate a bug. So I think that will be essential. So we'll see. We'll see. Other than that, I could just make this an empty array. Like, initialize it to an empty array, wherever it went. Yeah, here. But I think I'm going to try to, I'm going to surface that bug. And, yeah, deal with it. Okay, so anyway. I don't need it, but, alright, so store. Oh, this dot store. So first, so structure, just need to rename this. Is this really going to be that much easier? I hope so. That's just how it's going to be. Man, this is easy, comparatively. Where does this go? Facade. Where's facade? Auth facade. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this should just be all in the same state in the store, but anyway, don't need to do that, or this, or this. This is gone now. Oh yeah, that's unnecessary, so is this. Just need to go to the template and update everything. There's going to be a lot to update. I hope the settings one was the hardest one. What's the deal with this? Alright. Yeah, I just need to update now. So store dot, so we'll call this sources equals this dot store dot sources. Okay, and then this will be what? Form update. Okay. That was already changed. Destroy was the only other one. Okay. Sweet. Wow, that was easy compared to the other thing. Okay, I'll have to like test every single one of these. Register component. Oh, good. So at least the compiler checks it. Great. I think we're done already. Wow. That was nice. I hope the login component's like this. It should be. It's very similar. Yeah, this is like what this used to be exactly, pretty much. Oh, man. That's the same. That's the same. Those will be the same. Yeah, I don't need that. Initial state will be the same. These should be the same component, probably, maybe. Don't need to do that. Update will be the exact same thing. So yeah, good. Okay, synchronize imports, save. Perfect. Go to the template and we'll have sources dot, I'll just copy this. Form update dot next. It is a form update that is occurring. Oh, that's one to think about. Errors. How did I do it here? Yeah, it just gets it from the store. So yeah, this will just be fine. So errors. Yeah, yes, super easy. And okay, let's put that there and add these here. Okay. Awesome. Right? I don't really know or care how it should be visually separated. It's small. Okay, what is next? What's going on? Didn't I save? So tired of seeing that. It's been happening a lot on my computer. Oh, no pipe found with async. That's right. Async. So that's the other thing we needed to add. For both of them probably, right? Yeah, for both of them now. So I had to add that here, and it was just the common module. So imports. Man, sometimes I hate these little tool tips that are flying everywhere, flying around everywhere with TypeScript and VS Code. All right, and haha, auth facade. Oh, set errors. Good. Okay, auth facade. Oh. Yeah, that's right. This will end up going into login and register components. Let's get things from the auth facade then. Yeah, it makes sense. Every form has errors. I should have known. This was going to be easy. I'm glad I upgraded the auth thing first, but all of this is all like tangled with each other. It's not because I'm importing, it's not because I'm separating by features, it's because they are all kind of the same feature. I'm going to pause while I ponder this. Okay, one thing I have to say, yes, definitely these should be the same, in the same place in the state tree, because while you're filling in your login form, and then submitting it to the server, like it's like we have an adapter for user, but it's separate from the like credentials you're using to sign in. This should all be part of the auth module, like one auth feature, and as part of authenticating you have a component for logging in and a component for registering, and it's all interrelated. But let's assume login, that is where it happens, okay? So this will be kind of like the other one where submit, when we call login, or when we push to it, we will pass in this form data, and yeah, that will take care of this. And then we are also importing from auth. Yeah, this is a little weird, but this actually will be easy to work around, and then I'll take a look at what it looks like after that. But yeah, so first with the auth facade, this will change to, instead of void, this will be, I guess it'll be any, because it's the stupid untyped thing. And instead of that, it's just going to be data. That's pretty cool. Action any. It's not a source. Well, where is this being plugged in? Is it actually? Yes, it is. Oops. But this, let's see that. Yeah, source of any. It's an action of any. Oh, right. I'll just do payload unwrap it here. Okay. So login will be an observable, and then that gets wrapped into its own sources. Yes, okay, good. So now this will also be any. Same thing. All right. Oh man, okay, this is nice. Okay, this is way nicer. This makes me happy. Okay, yeah, so this will just be to source. So it's wrapping it in errors. So it is an action, or it's a source already. Sweet. Okay. Do I need to? I might need to map it in the end. Ho, sweet. Things got simpler apparently, because we're not performing random side effects. We are exposing observables to things to use. So in the template, we're going to do the same thing we did over here. Sources, where was it? Where submit? Oh, way up here. Where did I unwrap? Or submit? Okay, here. And data. Yeah, I just did this. Perfect. That's on dynamic form. No, that's on edit button container. That's here. Good. And here. Let's put that over there. Over there, yeah. So dependencies going from left to right. Okay. Any. This should not be any. But it is. Okay, so we actually do have an error source. Hey, does it work? No. Why? Because it's not right. So I do need to map that. Yeah, I do need to map it. Action. This will be, I'll just do that, okay? And then it'll be okay, now it's happy. All right. I think that will always be a random side effect. Pretty happy with how this came together, though. Okay, all right. Nice. We're done with. We just have article stuff now. Awesome. Comment? We didn't already do comment, did we? I don't know, but sweet. Okay, article. Where does your initial state come from? Oops. Dang it, I don't want this generic. No. Oh, good. Oh, wait a sec. That's messed up. Data is supposed to be an object. Doesn't matter. It's static. So I'm happy. So I will get rid of these. I'm not going to get rid of that quite yet, but I'll get rid of that. Nope. Okay. Form stuff down here. And structure good. Oh man, this is going really fast now. I'm happy. And data will be empty. Like, oh, data is any. Oh, okay, I see. Nice. But initial state has it as an empty object. Okay. Now I will copy stuff. Let's just see what happens here. Are there gonna be like side effects and things? Delete comment. That's gonna be different. Submit and update form. So these two. There will be effects, but how many of them will be update data? None, because this is accessing it directly. I guess I'll handle it if it happens, but Is there an error for comments? I'm going to pretend no for now. Oh. Okay. This is going to be comment. Sure. I don't think that's a unique place in the store. Or I don't think that's taken. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. This is extremely straightforward. Submit. This.facade.submit. So what happens here? Article actions, add comment. I will pass it in. I don't need to. But an article's effects, it's going to access the NgRx data. Yeah. So it won't just be the slug. It will be, I'll pass in the entire comment. So what? Any. I'm going to pretend it's just like a regular comment. Okay, go to actions and our create comment. Add comment. It's not going to be a slug. It's going to be, will it include a slug? I mean, where's it getting this from? Okay. It's gonna have two. So there will be a slug and comment, which is a comment. That's weird. Where did they already import this? I mean, I hope so. I don't see it. Where? Yeah, that's not what I want. That looks like it. Okay. So let's go to the facade and add that. There's a lot of hoops to jump through. It's insane. Okay. Not angular. Wow, there is a lot here. It's not the first time, okay? Good. So no submit here. What's going on here? Oh, right, of course. Update form. So this will just be a form update. Sources dot form update. Yeah, that's a lot. I'm just gonna move this down here. Okay. Update form. Here we go. Good. All right. It's moving along. Submit will stay lame. this is definitely unnecessary. Oh no. Can modify. I'm not going to touch this. No. Why isn't this an async pipe? That's ridiculous. Where's can modify? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Should I be editing this code? StateAdapt. Wants things to be reactive, and this does come from something that I changed off. I mean, I did create that, so yeah. $13 hours ago. Yeah. So you may have noticed by now, but I am recording these things in rapid succession, but I'm scheduling them to be published a few days apart from each other because I don't want to annoy subscribers with too many notifications in a short time span, because sometimes people do that. I'm not consistent. I don't think I ever will be. So, yes. I'll keep track of how many lines this specific thing does. Is he trying to avoid using the common module? No, it's too late for that. So can modify. That's it. And we're going to change it. Get rid of this ridiculous stuff. Oops. So this will be a map, and it will do this. This goes away. Yeah, totally dumb. Definitely want this to be declarative. How much did that save? If I save that, this is 5 lines instead of 1. And how much did I get rid of? Oh my gosh. Well, just this part, I'm going to say 5 lines. 8. So I saved 3 lines of code. That's all. Alright. That's insignificant compared to everything else. Okay, that's useless. Touched. That's not one that I put in here, is it? Where did my forms facade go? No, forms adapter. Touched. I did. Okay. Where am I? Why? I thought I got rid of this. Apparently not. So touched. Store.store. That's beautiful. Okay, now touched. I bet I'm ready to look at the errors. Article component. Can modify. Alright, where did that go? Aha, there's 2 of them. What is this? Why are these different? I don't care. Alright. Article edit. Cool. Article effect. I should look at that now. Ah, unknown. That is definitely something worth looking at now. Effects. Good. Okay. So that's no longer necessary. Beautiful. What? What? Oh. It's just a string? I don't care, I'm just gonna... So what's it gonna call? Body? Is that what it's expecting? I hope they named it payload. Body. Yes. Okay, right. Because the author is just... The endpoint knows already, so... Alright, whatever. Reset form and set errors. Okay, from add comment now we've got... And this is the same thing all over again. We do have errors. And reset form just changes it to untouched. So on success, I need to pass in another thing. Wow, this video is long. That's alright. Okay, I think I'm going to be getting rid of this again. Another thing. So, article component. Looks like the form data needs errors. Nobody's really surprised, but still disappointed. Okay, reset form. Still unsure how this actually resets, but it'll be easy to figure out a way. So basically what I'm doing is doing this. This is all I need from here, really. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this. Where? No. I actually do need to dispatch this, don't I? When I work on articles. Okay. When I work on articles, I will join these, but for now I'm going to just ignore these side effects. But I'll see this, and I'll be like, oh, now that article state isn't necessary, like comment, I will have one observable from the article facade, where I will that'll be the request for. It'll just be like auth, how auth tied into login and register. I will dot next on the comment for the article facade comment submission source. I will dot next on that, and I will be able to access observables of what happened, and I will tie those into the form state. Okay, it's nice to have that clarified. Okay, so for now, put a little to-do in there. Okay. I love functional reactive programming. It's amazing. Okay. Errors should be gone. Yes, they already were. Okay. All right. Last one. Sweet. I love seeing this. All these errors. It's wonderful. Set structure. Another one of these. It's because we're editing an existing thing. Is there an edit comment form? Can you edit your comment? I can't go look now, but I feel like we would have seen that here. Add comment. It would have been in actions. Edit comment. Save comment. We just have add and delete and load. So yeah. Alright, well, so this is going to be, I'm going to get rid of this, and effects, and the facade for now, and login as well. This one will probably be the most relevant, the settings one, so, because it's going to look a little like this. Wait a sec. If user gets updated, wouldn't we want... It doesn't matter. When it gets updated, they navigate away. Okay. Here we go. Oh, errors. I forgot about errors. Oh, apparently so did the guy who made this. Okay. Alright, I'm going to copy this. And this. Probably all of that. Yeah, perfect. This will be good. So replace that. This isn't user anymore, this is article. And what did we want? Just the article, that's nice. But it's data, so cool. Great. Error will be submit request. Right, there's gonna be some error here. I'm gonna pretend this doesn't exist for now. And there's our stuff. So it's the same about. Now this can be gone. Right, no, that one. It's the login ones. And this one, of course. Okay. Login.component. Didn't have it. This will be the same. Yeah, okay. So we're good. Don't need to clean that up anywhere. I will be cleaning this up, so I'm just gonna get rid of it now. Initialize form. Initialize article. What does that do? It can't be known. I don't care. It's maybe this is like a detail view at the same time, but facade publish article. I think this will end up being a similar thing as article component with the comment. Okay, update form, that's easy to change. Let's see. So sources, wait. Did I do this correctly here? Sources dot, where did that come from? Sources. That's an observable. What? Oh, it was synchronous. Okay, that's why. Okay, so how did I do it here? Just ng container around the thing. Yeah. Okay, that should work. I'm positive this will have errors at some point, but yeah. This one didn't have any. Okay. And submit. That's fine for now, I guess. Maybe. What else is in here? This should be fine. I think, no, we're going to get errors in the effects. Oh, it's not here anymore. I don't really need to do first, but if a new article comes in, it'll wipe out their progress in the form. What's the issue with that, though? When will that ever happen? And if it does, someone can handle it. And I think I'm going to say the same thing here. If another user comes in somehow, just wipe it out. You should do it. But only one's going to come through anyway, so who cares? But now I can... Oh. Whoa. I don't know what I'm doing. Organize imports. Okay, that's good. Now article component. Yeah, it'll be here. Okay, let's see what is said here. Async. All right. So we need the common module. The async pipe is the most wonderful thing that ever existed. Okay. Yep. Okay, so now, I mean, this is just going to be simple. It's going to be whatever it is. So publish article. Let's just go to the effects. I will be deleting this. Cool, I think. No, because the reducer will still want the actions. But anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did with comment. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to call it article. Maybe. Article. Okay, yes. Okay, so don't need that. This will be article. Need to go and change this to props. Article. All of this is in insane. There's just an article somewhere, right? Where is it? Here. Real world core API types. Actions. Oh. There. Good. So there's that. Navigate. We got published article success. This is the problem here. And I will comment that out and it will be replaced. Okay, now back here where we need to update this. Huh? Oh. Maybe that's not needed. Maybe props can be just the data. Yeah, I bet it could be. Yes, it can be. Right? Yes, it'll dump it on with type. Type will be part of it. And that's kind of okay. Oh. It's definitely okay, if you ask me. No, it's not. It's gonna send it to the server, and I don't like that. So, alright. Not like I really care. Alright. Okay, we have an article handler thing. Okay, now we have article. Kind of makes sense the article edit component would know about the article interface. It seems like a good thing. So now in the template data, we need the submit. We need that to have data in it. Coming from okay. Yep. Are we good? Whoa. 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 I'm going to test it now. 2 hours, 50 minutes. Wow. Can I comment? Aren't you supposed to be able to from here? What's up with the style? I think the style was always like that, but okay. Is it gonna load? No. Settings.form. Okay, this is an issue. Let's start simpler. Let's go to settings. That worked, I think. No, it didn't. Okay, so the way I'm doing this is really giving StateAdapt a hard time. Settings.form. It's flickering in and out. Why? This is crazy. And why are there always 2 destroys? Maybe. So that error is because I'm trying to... Okay, this might be a problem. I hope it's not, but it could be. Article edit. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem. Comment, that's fine. Comment.form. Article edit.form. Huh. Profile.form. No, that's settings. No, where is it? Oh, that's... Where's the... Was this one? Yes, down here. Settings, right there. I don't want any risk of collision, so I'm going to put stupid stuff at the end of these. Yeah, that should be fine. Oops. There we go. Okay, same thing. Okay, now settings.form. Where exactly is that happening? Right here. Yeah, that is observable. I'll put a breakpoint there. No. Oops. There we go. And okay, what's going on? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How? What is going on? Why? Why is this emitting so much? It's not a good sign. Auth facade. Yeah, this should be simple. Oh. Auth. No, user is store.user. Why would that be? User. What's actually happening? Is it actually... Okay. Yes, he's just toggling. Oh, chart. Ooh. Auth. User. Interesting. Okay, so the user came in here. This was like flipping out even before that. Let's see. We need the auth adapter. This gets memoized. What's causing the user to be recreated constantly? Facade user. I'm going to pause while I figure this out. Well, it turned out to be a rookie mistake. RxJS rookie mistake. Well, I haven't double checked this, but I just thought of this. Did we already get rid of this? Or is it deprecated? What isn't it like, isn't one default? I don't know. Anyway, I think this will solve it, but I can't be sure. I'm not sure. So user is empty. Good. User is full. Good. Okay, so it just happens. It only needs to happen once. But basically, we're subscribing in the template to this with the async pipe. It will unsubscribe, but that doesn't. So user is empty at first. Oh, what if... So one quick way to fix this would be to put something from the user in the path. It'll fix it. I will just do this real quick as like a demo, but I don't like it. Let's do that. And then the username. Different error. What? And now we're getting this again? Oh, that's okay. I think. That looks like it's gonna suck. Yeah, settings. Was kind of working. Whoa. This is form settings, but it should be in here. So yeah, that causes problems. No. 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 That doesn't make sense. If that's an empty string, I think it puts a dot in there anyway. This is hideous, but oh well. That's just gonna be its own thing. What is going on with this? What? Maybe that's an issue. There we go. Okay, so right, so see what happens here? It inits this one before. So I guess the async pipe is like this then. It will subscribe before it unsubscribes from the last one. Is that how it works? I can test it out. This is something I feel like I should have known. But you know, when do you come across this? So let's make an observable. Okay. Let's do every second. And then in the constructor, set a timeout. We should do finalize and tap, right? No, defer. We'll do defer. We'll do sure. Console log. Apps. And this will just end up being the same code as the first one, but with 1000. What? What? Another one? I mean, what was wrong with this one? Oh, set timeout. Where are you? Here you are. Okay. Take one destroyed. No, this is init. Change that to init as well. Okay, and what? Is there still something wrong? This is really what Prettier wanted? Okay. So now we will go in here with the async pipe and do. Because we're going to change the reference. Async will notice that. I think he'll notice. What? Oh. Huh. React. Ruined me. Oh, was the timeout? I mean, it probably won't make a difference, but yeah, this is what I would expect. So why isn't it unsubscribe? Oh, is this the stupid child components? This stuff? Yeah, when do they subscribe and unsubscribe? Ugh. No, we're not changing any references ever. Except sources. But those... No. What? That's just a template thing, and it's singular events that push values up. Yeah, look at this. This is one observable. It never changes its value. It only emits different things because store emits something different. When this emits new things, okay, let's look down here at this switch map. Did they change the functionality of switch map maybe? Because here's what we have. We have two different stores. We should unsubscribe from one before the other. If they change this behavior, that would be crazy because yeah, I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna check this now. So async pipe is fine. So I'm gonna get rid of this. Oops. Get rid of that, and it'll still be tick. I might as well do that, I guess. Well, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be interval of, let's do 4,000. Return. This one will be interval of 1500, but first defer. And we need to finalize on it too. Or this is still inside the switch map. So init, I'll just say this is init. Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, that is what I expected. So why does the next init happen before destroy? It gets created. Isn't it a defer? init. There we go. Init. Where's the init? Require sources. Right, it's all inside of a defer and then a finalize. So it should. So we subscribe first. We don't want to run. I remember fixing this. Don't want it to run when you first call init. You only want that. You only want the setup code to run when someone subscribes. Get path collisions. Defer. Does it matter if you... I mean, this really shouldn't matter, but what am I doing here? And piping off of the defer, so it's the exact same setup. Is it switch map? Well, it is down here when I change subscription. This is tough. All right, I'm gonna keep looking at this. Okay, so there's some stuff here. With share replay, I remember, so I need to figure out how to do this with the share operator now, but I remember that bug where it doesn't actually unsubscribe ever, the share replay, because it wants to give the new wave of subscribers the access to the one that was before, so it holds on to it, so it never really unsubscribes. So, anyway, so this works without errors. It's annoying that it looks like it's still doing init first. I did this with a switch map, and it's doing it in the right order. This isn't for some reason, and I did this too. I did the same thing here. And yeah, it's showing init. Destroy init. Exactly what I want. So I'm not entirely sure why it's not in the right order here. Maybe Redux DevTools is showing it in the wrong order. That's unlikely. I know NgRx has a lot of weird action ordering issues, or it might be intentional, but anyway, so if I do this though, it'll error. Yep. Even though it put them in the right order. Destroy. Or init. Hey, here's the form. And destroy. There goes the form. No form. We got settings. Why is that there? Oh, no. Why does it go to empty state? Yeah, no, it shouldn't. This should, when it destroys, it should go to null, right? Is that the issue? No, it's not. It's not the issue. Yeah, so when I do destroy, I have an update paths function. It needs to clean up the parents if they're empty. Could result in a memory leak in really weird apps, but it could. Okay, I don't understand why this is. Is it really trying to initialize the same thing again? It looks like it's happening in the right order. I will just pause again and keep looking. I set a breakpoint in the action sanitizer and it's all happening in the right order. This is when it's trying to init in the second round. And this, it was already torn down. Okay? The error is based on internal state anyway, but it's good to know that it's happening in the right order in the actual data, but there's something wrong with StateAdapt because I keep track of which path states, which state paths are registered. But I keep the states here, and I delete it right before I dispatch this destroy action. That destroy will cause a series of things to happen, all synchronously. State will get updated, things will emit, and the new store will be created, and then the subscription will happen. To the next thing. So that's when the init will run. That's when this check runs. So object.keys of these paths find a path where it's going to collide. But this one is the one that's being truthy, even though this already ran. These are all the same path, right? Is there like some kind of local variable thing going on here? No. It's not being redefined anywhere. So this is going to clean up the store for each of those reactions, find the stream, and then it's going to get the reactions and remove this reaction. Ooh. How does this work when you have two that are the same? That's actually in the auth store, isn't it? I mean, this is a separate issue, isn't it? So you find the source. You get reactions. So you register all the reactions. What we know is that we have a source, and we're trying to remove. This is actually going to work. Like, this is actually just going to run once, and and then it's going to run through the sources, and it doesn't matter what order it removes them in. If let's say the sources are out of order for some reason, this will splice one and then the other. Because it'll have two. Wait a sec. Oh, dot path. Right, so they'll each get registered, and some might have the same dot path. Right. Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. But anyway, this runs, and like I know that this action is dispatched before this one is for the next one. This is all synchronous. So this runs before this one. Right? And I've done this a lot. Like, enough to know that on the next line it's gone. It's not like this is asynchronous or anything weird. This is interesting. I can't just filter this to users that are defined, because in this specific form I can, actually. Because there's always going to be user if you've got settings. So if I do that, I can kick the can down the road. And I will need this, but I'll need to translate it to the share operator options now. Okay, what one was this? This one needed the same type of thing. It's gonna run into the same thing, and then article. This will be defined as well, won't it? Because you're editing, you're not creating. I'm not sure. Maybe I should try to reproduce this in a very simple way. Make sure nothing downstream is messing with anything. Maybe do 2 async pipes just for this. That might be a good idea. I'm going to pause again. Alright, I am back, and it took me a while, but I figured it out. This, there's a switch map on each of these inner observables, and these inner observables are what really show when you're interested in the state. So each of them, when you subscribe to them, they chain off of the shared require observable. So this thing here, this thing that's shared, all of them chain off of that. So I can't really explain exactly what I was seeing. It is complicated. I need to see, but there's something going on with. The first issue was this, of course, that I needed to do this instead of share replay. But then, so when this runs, you get a new container of observables. Each individual observable, the state observables, are going to trigger the store to be dispatched, like they can. So what happens is the new state, or the new store comes through, and RxJS runs depth first, I think. So next thing that happens is you get a new value through here. That async pipe, or through here. So before we get to the async pipe, we get, let's talk about the one that's active. So what'll happen is the switch map will then run, and it will return a new observable. The outer observable is the same, but the async pipe will cause, well, it's subscribing, and so it will cause an unsubscription from the previous one before subscribing to the new one. Alright? So, yes, I understand what's happening now. A lot of what happened was crap, because it wasn't supposed to happen at all. As soon as you subscribe, or as soon as a new value comes through, let's say they're all active again. This is going to run. It's going to subscribe, then unsubscribe, or unsubscribe, then subscribe. But because all of them haven't unsubscribed during that process, there's always somebody subscribing to the previous observable. And by the time the new observable, the new store is subscribed to, these subscriptions are still going on. They're still active. So it tries to create the new store before the old ones are all the way gone. So because RxJS happens vertically, depth first, that's the consequence. And so what happens after that is this throws an error in this pipeline, and then, like, I don't even know what happens after that. It's just an error happens, and the other pipes are going to still try to run, but I think each of them are going to error too. It's hard to... Definitely the second one might. Well, the error's thrown in the code. Yeah, who knows what happens, but an error happens, and then a lot of garbage, RxJS running its course, happens after that still. Okay? So now I got to think about what the solution to this is, or at least a workaround and then a permanent bug fix. This will happen whenever you have multiple switch maps at the end of this pattern where you're subscribing to state. Yeah, it's going to take some thinking. Because is it just this scenario? I don't think so. Where you've got an inner observable where the store is happening in an async pipeline. Seems like you'd have other situations. Maybe. Not normally, because I'm thinking about like a second store that depends on some other store's state. So let's say you have like a get favorite posts requests. And what you want to do is you want to see if the user is authenticated. So you get user observable or auth observable, or maybe you need something from it. And then you chain off of that with a switch map. And then in the inner observable, you return the request. So the subscription propagates all the way up. So if you land on that page, it's going to automatically subscribe to the original sources, which will get the user to begin with, authenticate or whatever. And then the inner observable will chain off of that. But it switch maps to the request. So the request is the thing that's subject to this switching, this subscribing and unsubscribing over and over again. Okay, so that's not a problem. So when do you... Yeah, it is whenever you've got like a switch map. I guess it could be a concat map. I guess it could... Whenever the store itself is the inner observable. And I can't think of scenarios except when the store is... The entire thing depends on something else. So, alright, so I don't think the bug is going to be that common. And it's really an RxJS thing because this behavior works. It's simple. The state management library, the behavior works. If you're subscribing, then keep the state around. If you unsubscribe, get rid of it. The issue is just this weirdness with the multiple switch maps. I want to have all of them unsubscribe at the same time. And then all of them resubscribe to the new one. I'm going to think about this. This is actually a real long video. I think I need to go run some errands, and I'll keep this in my mind, and I'll come back later tonight. All right. See ya. For now. All right. I've been gone a couple hours, but I'm back, and I thought of the solution pretty much as soon as I got to my car. So here it is. Just use one. Let's make it be data. It seems to be a good, important one. Just have one be... Okay, this is a workaround. It's not perfect. And then do... adapt spy. Uh-oh. I haven't released this yet, or I renamed it. What is it renamed? Oh, I didn't import this at all yet, so let's do that. Pointless. Okay, adapt. Spy, good. All right, so what you do here is you get the path, which will be settings, and the adapter. Well, it's the forms adapter, and the I think that's good. That's good. And then you get structure like this. And same here. Okay, so what this does is basically this is subscribing on behalf of all of it, and a spy, like a spy store, basically it's just pure selectors, no chaining to the sources or anything. So it's completely different. I created this originally so that you could have a state management that's circular. So so if a source Okay, so if you initialize and you need to load async data and your initial state says something like init or something, basically not loaded, that you can chain off of that and say filter and say if it hasn't loaded yet and it's not loading, so that's a filter, an RxJS filter, and then switch map to a request for the data, and then that request will have the sources for request, success, and error. You put those in. As soon as the request and fires off, it changes the state to loading, and then it doesn't emit another value. So just one way to make circular data dependencies, I guess. It's typed correctly, so yeah, it's pretty simple. I guess I will keep it separate like that. And then I was reading about this. I think the option is, what's it called? Complete, something about complete. Reset all complete. True. Pretty sure that's what it was, but this actually doesn't matter anymore, right? Kind of does because of this. Yeah, we don't want that to happen twice. I'm just going to Google this now. What is this? Publish, replay, ref count, share. From the last year. Here we go. What is the replacement for that in RX 7.4? I think that's one I'm on. RxJS. Yeah, pretty much. No. No. It's not. It's not equal. Let's see. Okay, where is the share? They were supposed to add options to share to completely mimic this behavior. So what is it? It's deprecated, but you know what? It's a small thing. I do not care. They will figure it out, and if I need to upgrade to RX 8, at that time, there will probably be more resources about it. Oh. Here's a person. This was exactly what I needed, isn't it? Wasn't it? Connector, new replay subject. Are you kidding me? Reset on complete, false. Reset on ref count 0, false. There's no indentation in this. Oh. I will look at it later. For now, this is good enough. There should be a clear, easy solution for this. So, I will wait for that day. I'm sure I could just look into it and figure it out, but maybe I'm a little overconfident getting rid of all of these right now. Probably not. I think I'm alright. Let's see what's going on in here. Okay. Are there any other secondary observables happening here? Is it the exact same thing? Alright, let's this is, well, that's disappointing. Alright, I'll pause again and see what I'm missing. Okay, here's what the issue is. I was looking at settings instead of settings.form. That was the main reason. And then there's an issue with data. And I think it's because of this component being weird with the observable and not subscribing until ng on init. Although I'm not really sure what. Yeah, it's listening to form changes. And then it's got this inline operator here. And apparently, I mean, this shouldn't run until this emits. I think. This is a function. It's not going to evaluate this. I've never seen this before, but interesting. I'm protesting that they removed it as an operator. I like merge as by itself rather than merge with, but whatever. All right. So, thing is, there are a couple options. So one would be to pipe one of these at the end. I don't need this anymore, actually. Okay. So that this inner observable isn't switch mapped off of a lot, but this, if you have multiple switch maps on different inner observables, like state observables, selectors, then you're gonna have to do this as a workaround. And I know it's not really satisfying, and it sucks because this it puts an implicit dependency between all these things. And it's like hard to know why this is here at all. Like, why not just use all of these? The syntax is shorter on this, sure, but why isn't this one changed? Well, it's because we need something to subscribe through. But the problem is, this isn't even consistently subscribed to. That's the problem with having an implicit dependency between these. In order for this to emit properly, something needs to subscribe to this early and consistently. That sucks. So, but still, this, it's a hard problem, and this is a good enough workaround. I'd say if more people start using StateAdapt, I mean, this isn't a totally common situation. It's kind of common, but not too common. For like early majority, once like the early adopters, they can handle this, but early majority is when I'll need to figure this out a better way. I thought about it, and I really don't know what to do. I think I might know what to do. I think I need to change this so that it's not an error at all. Do what I was doing earlier. Put a key, an extra key here, depending on what is defined in user. And it doesn't have to be complicated. Like, this will get rid of the error. I think we've already seen that. Oh. Theoretically. But there is something still downstream going on with data, so I don't really know what that's about. I would like to try that though. I'm gonna try it again. Just see what it's like with all of them. Yeah, just get a bunch more, I guess. Huh. Yeah, there's something downstream that's doing weird subscriptions, but see, that shouldn't be an issue. I hate that. So, but the other solution is to just inside StateAdapt itself, this is what I was really thinking. Get rid of the path collision check thing. Just make up some extra ID to append to the end of the state tree, because it'd be better to have temporarily extra things in the state object than it would be to just completely break the app. And I can just like console log a warning saying, hey, we're generating a unique ID for to avoid a collision here, but maybe you didn't mean to do this. But anyway, so if I just I just went back a little too far. Yeah. If I switch these, wait, what did it switch with? I wanted to switch with errors, but whatever. So errors is very simple. It's actually used in an async pipe, so that is a useful feature. Anyway, it totally works. So, oh man, that was a lot of work. Hopefully me doing this makes it easier in the future, and for me and other people. I need to figure this out. There will be plenty of future opportunities to look at stuff like this. I'll remember this though. If nothing else comes up, the thing to try is play with subscriptions and switch maps and inconsistent subscriptions and delayed subscriptions, and see how things go, and see if getting rid of, I mean, I kind of want to get rid of it anyway, the internal path collision thing, because this is a debugger. Like, this is for debugging. You don't want something that's meant for debugging, Redux dev tools, to cause functionality to break. It should be like a console log, basically. Alright, I'm over here in the article edit component. And, I mean, first I'm going to test this real quick. Yeah, we're redirecting away, so that's cool. Go back to settings. Let's just get rid of all this stuff. Didn't even save. Is this a server-side bug or a thing? So that's get. That's put. Am I spreading them in the wrong direction? Let's see. Go back to settings component. Right here. Nope. Let's debug that then. Yeah, that's an issue. What is the issue, though? Why is it like this? Is form being updated? What? Why did it destroy an init? Oh. Okay. It just stopped doing any action, so I pushed pause. Didn't mean to, but it didn't actually pause. Okay, there it goes. Refresh. Okay, we are here now. I feel like this was already here. Right? Let's do this again. Isn't this supposed to be updating the form? Let's see. Let's see what we get. Good. Form update. Oh. Value changes, debounce time. Can I go and look at that? Good. So it's emitting. Should update. Store gets destroyed. The old one. New sources get created. Should update here. Subscribing to this. Then there'll be like 2 of these. Do I need that again? Just for a little bit. What's this gonna be? I don't care. Set it for 3 seconds. All right. So yes, that's trying to emit. What's this for? That's random. Okay, so it's like .next isn't being called on it. Good. Arrows. Don't be like this. TypeScript allowing extra properties really sucks. Okay, so we'll get rid of that again. Get rid of the question marks. Let's see what happens. Well, good. So is the question marks. This template type checking sucks. Anyway. What? Good. But then when it gets it, it's like, that doesn't seem real. I don't know. It tried to save it. Let's try saving something else. Okay, right. So that's the bug. You can't update this without updating that. All right. Okay. Good to know. That wasn't necessary anyway because sources are not used immediately. Okay. Well, that kind of hurt a little bit. Yeah. I'm going to be thinking about this. It's going to be one of those things that's on the back of my mind because the whole process just sucked. So, and what I have, like, this is reasonable. Got an annoying side effect there, but this is reasonable. And this is where it gets weird. But it's not that crazy. So let's do it again. Over here. So that's, for now, not gonna be there. Looks like I set it up already to work the same as the other one. Let's double check that it's failing. Yep. Oh yeah, that was the weird thing. Did I go back and add that to a bunch of things? Doesn't matter. Okay, so what's a good one to do this with? Errors, yeah, even though there aren't going to be any, it's still available here. So I'm going to have that be the chosen one, and then we need adapt. Let's just grab that. Oops, that's the one we want. Selectors, oh yeah, that was the extra one that isn't needed. Created this. Oh, okay, that dot form, and then oh yeah, we want the we don't have an adapter for this. Oh, this is we do want the forms adapter. Crazy. Of course we do. Okay, let's see if that satisfies it. It should. Didn't populate it though. Why would that be? Emptiness and something. Still emptiness. Why isn't it? I mean, it's loading it, right? Or not? Is it like not? I did change these. Article component. Let's get that back. Not weird anymore. So here it is. Edit. I mean, this. It should be here now. Why isn't the data actually loading? facade.article.pipe. Where does the article come from? It's just a selector. Right. So, need to actually load the data, huh? That's too bad. How does it know? Does it just assume it's going to be there? I don't actually remember doing this. Here's the deal, though. I will be changing this to a real observable that actually gives you the data. Make sure that you get the idea, or the data. I just saved it. Is it working now or not? Why is this working? What changed? I'm pretty confused at the moment. Should have looked at the actions, because I don't think it saved it. Will this be the same thing? Yes. I need to go to the template and fix that question mark thing. I didn't have it. Huh. But I just added some stuff, and see, we just got init. Nothing. It's there. Why isn't it updating? Or, yeah, why isn't it pushing the event? I mean, it's being listened to. Right? Yeah, errors. Still subscribed. I'm starting to get tired of this. Oh, that's fine. Auth success. Init the form. Probably don't even need to add form onto this, but it's a precaution, I guess, in case there's stuff under article edit. This should be disabled. Also, what happened here? What happened to loading the state? Oh, it's not edit article. Oh, did it just disappear somehow? What is going on? There it is. Empty. Empty. And then a third time it comes in. Hey. What was that? Oops. Network. It loads it twice? Why? It's the same both times. And it's gone. Is this like a race condition or something? Okay, this is... Oh, well, yeah, this actually... It's side effects. It's NgRx effects. I think if I load it from here and effect runs, it puts it in the store. It requests it either way. But then when I come here, it gets it. But anyway. Either way, it should be editing. So why wouldn't it be? I'm going to pause while I think about this. Alright, so I discovered two things. One was that I had errors inside of data, which is not great. And the other was, if I do this, it works. And I'm Not entirely sure why, but I like it here anyway, because it's nice to know that if something else subscribes to store, oh, wait, how does it work over here? There were two things mapping off, so I don't know, kind of feel like it should be here too, but yeah, I don't really know why, but man, I'm getting tired and it's time to just live life and be okay with this. Okay, so that will be fixed later, the data not showing up problem. Yep, so good. Things work. What other forms are there? How many did I do? So there's login and register. So let's go ahead and, yeah, that seems weird not to put it here somewhere. Goodbye. Okay, now we're in the login form. Here we go. Yep, that's the thing I was talking about. Cleaning up would be good to do. Okay, now let's go. Oh, error, and did it put in valid true? Why? So added errors. Okay, what? Okay, is false. Username can't be blamed. What? Okay, so let's see. Where's login request? Oh, it's in auth facade, right? Register request. Oh, that's in login. Okay. That was probably a mistake. Login component. Yeah, that's a mistake. Right? Good. That magically fixed it. I just still can't get over how janky that is. I can't wait to fix that. This is all good. This is accurate. Very accurate. Let's sign up as a new person. That password is already taken. Hey, that worked. Nice. I don't want to update the bio or it'll erase my profile picture, and I like that. So let's go back to the original cool guy, this one. Okay. All right. What other forms were there? Login, register, settings, article edit. It's a lot of stuff. So we got settings, Register, login. Ah, man, I think we're good to go. Wow. Well, that took it out of me. I am exhausted. Wow, okay, that's pretty cool. It never seems like I'm never proud of the code I write exactly. Not, well, I am, but this time I never was today. And that was rough. So let's see what the math is. Oh, can't do that. 243, 416. Okay, minus 416 over 416. Right? Yeah. Let's take this and go take a look. No, let's commit the cleanup first. Let's see if there is cleanup to do. Any forgotten imports, stuff like that. I like that one. This one's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna commit this all in one chunk. Yeah, that's a future thing. Necessary. Here's one. All right, article component. One I didn't spend. Apparently, one I spent some time in, but okay. Whew. Just hate having to scroll just to look at the diff. Scrolling sideways is slow. Yeah, that one's good. Off facade. This one could use some cleaning up. All right. Login. Yeah, I probably should have. All this looks like important stuff, like not cleanup. But I will go through and look for that specifically again. Yeah, that's all clean. Nothing to clean up in a deleted file. A lot of changes. Okay. Any cleanup? No. Oh. Wow, I can't believe I missed that. Article effects. And this was necessary stuff. This is noise, though. My rule that I don't like parentheses around arrow functions. It's not worth going through more. Let's do another one. So 250, 425. See, a lot of it added a lot of one-to-one things because of the arrow function change. It'd probably be more like 200 and 375, which is a little closer to 50%, but this is easy to remember. So let me do the math real quick. So 250 minus 425, or 425. 40%, 41%. It was probably around 50% if it weren't for like these meaningless updates where they were, yeah, like that. No, that's a comment. Probably like that, yeah. Maybe it would have been like 45%. And then there were those 5 lines of code that I didn't need to take away, a while back. So yeah, just about done. So let's look through this. No, I'm too tired. Let me describe verbally how I think this went. The forms feature touched a lot of stuff. It involved things from, all the features that had form editing and a little bit more. There were 5 actually, because comment was one of them. So what I did is I took the form reducer, which put the form state in one place, and so the state was coupled to the patterns. So you had like state scattered throughout depending on what features, and then when it came to editing, that would go to that specific place in the store. So taking out the state change pattern into an adapter allowed me to have the state of each feature and where it's being edited next to each other, and that was pretty great. Another thing was there were a lot of places where it was like linked to effects. So what's a good example of that? I'll just look at one of them. Yeah, so the form, so here it used to be, okay, now that we're saving this, we need to grab the data from the form state. So how did this improve? Like, in the component, it was just grabbing state from both places. The feature, so let's say it's like article and the form reduce form state, and then combining them and then dispatching an action with no form state, and then in the effects grabbing the form state. So it's pretty weird. So instead, right now it's grabbing a little bit from the feature, and then it's creating form state. It feels kind of local, but in NgRx in the store, it's I could make it next to each other if I cared about the names at all. But then I just take that and the form state and dispatch it with the action when saving. So it's not like earth-shattering. It's not that different, but a slight improvement. But anyway, it's like half the lines of code, so that's pretty cool. And it's more reactive, but this is still very much a work in progress. Like a lot of this stuff, there are still, like I left comments of future things. So one cool thing that came together was auth. So here, this used to be like some weird side effect where I needed to grab the data, but now I just dispatch it with the source, and I kind of already mentioned that, but so I'm happy because I got rid of 3 out of the 4 side effects, like awkward, weird side effects here. So when submitting login or register, there's that thing where we're just passing the data with the source. Yeah, which I look forward to the day where most apps are by default typed in their form data. Anyway, and then for this fourth one, this was like a complete side effect before, but now I'm just, instead of being like an imperative side effect that sort of just happens as we subscribe to it, it now becomes an observable of a thing, and then the place that's interested in that thing is now referring to it. So now we don't have like this loose imperative, changing things from a distance. We've got the form state for these components, both of them, the login and register. They're chaining off of this, and they're getting what they want. So that is now reactive. So that was beautiful, and I think there will be more of this as I convert the last. Let's see. This is part 3 out of 7. How many reducers are there still? There's a profile reducer, error handler reducer, article list, and article reducer. So article list, that's quite a bit of stuff. Yeah, that is. I think this is actually the big one. Article, okay, reducer. This one's huge too. It's got comments. All right, but these are, this is like hopefully not crazy. It's got a lot of effects too, but I have a good feeling about it. Forms was unexpectedly difficult. In some ways it was easier than I thought it'd be, other ways it was harder. So what's the last reducer? Error handler? I guess it's not the size of it that matters as much as the novelty of the pattern. But yeah, so this one looks pretty simple. So what actions are there, and what this is the HTTP service. What does this actually do? Navigate to login. Is there a reactive way to do this? Not really, unless you're going to put a navigate component in the UI that seems weird. If anything, there'd be a very top level thing. There'd be URL observable, and then the routes would be in the HTML, and then which active route it is would depend on. That'd be my preferred way of doing this, just declarative everything. But I used to be annoyed at React for putting their routes in the HTML, but it actually does make sense. It's the same as putting a switch statement in HTML. It's it'll work when the logic renders and you're putting extra stuff there that isn't rendered most of the time. But anyway, so this is the actual reducer. Just loads up the code and the message. So yeah, this will be an interesting one to think about. Okay, still a bunch of work, but hopefully not nearly as much as this one was. Yeah. All right, it's time to stop this video. Thanks for watching however much of this you watched. I will put timestamps in here. It's going to take a long time for me to just do that. So editing is kind of out of the question at this point. But yeah, so I'm just going to upload this, put timestamps, and yeah, I hope. I'm just recording this and talking through things, and most of this is for me. But if anyone is watching this and you get value, then great. All right, bye.